All right. Welcome, everybody, to the Conspiracy Wars. My name is Kyle.
And I'm Nathan.
Okay. A reminder to everybody, come on over to our Rumble, join in the chat, come talk to us.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get signed in if people are on X, because it goes live on X and YouTube, right?
I think
does it aggregate all the chat into here, or you have to be on YouTube probably to see the YouTube stuff?
Yeah, I'm still doing some research on how it works.
It'd be nice if they could figure that out. They let you stream it to it if they just put all the chats in one, right, from a live thing.
Yeah, no matter what you're looking at, you'll get people.
Yeah, well then if someone's on YouTube, then they can be typing away, and then they're watching the video too, right? So they can see, I guess they can see the chat, and I guess unless maybe you don't show the chat.
Tell me I'm wrong. No, I really do want that. Yeah, tell me I'm wrong. Share your side of the story. Maybe my mind will change. My mind changes a lot. I do admit error quite often.
Yeah, well, that's the the idea of the show is just to get other people's opinion about it and hear all that stuff. Everyone, it's kind of like citizen journalism almost. Except it's citizen conspiracy.
Well,
aggregating.
If I'm going to be honest about myself, I'm pretty boring. Like I'm middle of the road, fucking everything, and pretty vanilla. I got my adamant views on no killing, and that's wrong, and we should have, all of our families living safely, all that kind of boring shit.
Yeah, basic human rights.
Yeah,
all the good stuff.
But I do appreciate that, if you want to be like a biker, some of that sounds cool. Just like no job.
Hair flapping in the wind.
yeah, just riding your bike and you're all gruff and I make money from crime, selling guns. Or
do you know how to ride a bike?
No, just an electric one.
Yeah, an actual bike. Yeah,
I try. Well, I did ride one around Cambodia, but
one of those
moped.
Yeah, a moped style.
Yeah, and they were all laughing at me like, put it in one, put it in one. I'm like, oh, I couldn't get the gears quite right.
Yeah.
But the idea, I did get it going, and I was traveling around at a good kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
So the idea of doing that, just traveling around, just being a big dangerous dude, that sounds attractive. But at the same time, you might get pulled into I don't like that guy. You have to kill him, or you got to rough him up.
Oh yeah, guaranteed. I mean, if you're in a biker gang or something, and you're a big guy, they're going to utilize that, right? You got to fucking pull your weight.
That's baseline.
Yeah,
that's
they
just
need enforcers, right? Always they're no shortage of needing enforcers. Send in 20 guys and just fuck them up. That's your job.
Well, the ones that are existing today that are out there, if I could meet in the middle of anything, is just a pat on the back saying, you probably saw some shit, man. I'm sorry that happened. Because it's just part of the life. They baked it into the lifestyles. Some people were seeking it out. Some people get pulled into it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's quite a few of them that are walking away going, oh, I didn't want that to happen, but one thing led to another, and all of a sudden I saw something I really didn't want to, or got involved in something you didn't want to. I don't think bikers and pedophilia mix. That's where I can meet in the middle with them too.
Yeah. You never really hear about them being involved in that kind of stuff.
No, quite the opposite actually. It's got to be able to make the money. Yeah. I think that whole world is pretty underground without money.
Oh no, there's tons of money.
Yeah,
that's what the Pizzagate gets into. Actually,
because they're buying and selling.
They're buying and selling. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Did you ever get much into the Pizzagate stuff?
No. Well, okay, so there's something I have to admit about a lot of this stuff is Jeffrey Epstein. I got halfway through a lot of the stuff because there was a documentary on Netflix or something, something like that. And partway through, like they're being thorough. They're doing their job. Just as we know, just like any regular like TV, but they're pretty free on the content and being graphic. And I noped out of it.
Yeah.
So it's the same with the Pizzagate kind of stuff. Like when they start talking, it's shock value. Like we've had so much shock value up to this point. Like you need the most extreme, and this is the most extreme.
You know, it's like, you know, this vulgar, you know, in your face kind of, I guess, not exactly evidence, but, you know,
yeah,
it's there. It's like,
it's
a bread trail.
Worst.
That's the craziest shit about all this stuff is, right? I mean, like, we all know conspiracies exist, but to what extent and what, right? And I mean, on one end of the spectrum, you could look at it that everything is pretty much a conspiracy, because when you look at every event, I mean, I guarantee you name me any kind of famous event or fucking, you know, an object or whatever, right? And there's a conspiracy to it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, it kind of brings into perspective, like when we were children, we were always told horror stories to stay away from the bad people, right?
Sure.
So we didn't get kidnapped.
Yeah. I think that was kind of the idea of fairy tales, right? Originally, like for children.
Well, I was acutely aware. I also had bad parents, but like I was acutely aware of like a lot of like the horrors from a young age. Like I clearly remember my mother telling me like that. Yeah, I have to be careful in bathrooms because an old man's gonna fuck my ass. And yeah, no, those words. But
she did say those, or no?
Yeah.
Or,
yeah.
That exact. Yeah.
Oh, well, listen to me talk, right?
Yeah.
It kind of slides off the tongue. I love swearing, but anyways, she wasn't wrong. It was a vulgar way to do it,
right?
But she wasn't wrong. You do have to watch out for dirty old men in bathrooms, no matter who you are, whatever gender.
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, until you're man-sized, and then you're not really worried. Like, you know, I've never been too worried about a man coming, like an older man coming into the bathroom.
Yeah.
You know, you get worried when one of those biker dudes walks in, maybe. You're like, holy shit. You know? No, just because of their statures often, right? They're like that fucking huge mountain of a man, you know? Like, you're like, holy fuck. Guy's huge. And they're always the friendly guys. How's it going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't want to be seen when they're up to something.
Sure.
When they're not up to something, they haven't done something in a while.
Yeah.
That's where I know what you're saying. The worry is, what are you looking at? Like he's done too much coke.
You catch him on a bad day.
Yeah.
You know, he's just broke up with his girl.
He's vibrating.
His dog's dead. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone kicked his bike over.
Yeah. Somebody ripped him off.
Yeah. And then you come in, you're like, hey, watch where you're going, Lurch.
Yes. Or just sheepishly walk by him with like sideways eyes.
Yeah.
Like you're scared.
At him wrong. Oh, yeah.
There's that animal
Classic.
snap where, what are you looking at? And that's, you know, no fault on both of them. I think that's a very like nature trigger.
Sure. That's why it's such a movie cliche.
Yeah.
Right. There's so many times, you know, there'll be that scene in a movie where like, you know, like a fucking adrenaline fueled, like testosterone male is like pissed off about something. And then someone just like looks at him the wrong way. He's like, the fuck are you looking at? And he beats the shit out of him. People are trying to get him off. And he's like got this guy on a bloody pulp, you know, like Goodwill Hunting, you know, like that, you know.
Well, kind of shit. I've seen dogs do it 1,000 times.
Oh my God. Side note before I forget this, but I was listening to Candace's podcast on the way over here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, she's got a new like interview with Harvey Weinstein.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it was very telling about you know, his whole situation. You know, like even in this second episode, they really, you know, uncovered some stuff. But the interesting thing that he brought up was that as part of, you know, being arrested and everything, he had to sell his movie catalogs with
Really?
with Miramax. I guess probably to get liquid cash so that he could pay for all the lawyers and stuff like that, right?
Oh fuck.
So yeah, so like Miramax, I'm pretty sure that they went under because of this whole thing, right? That whole company is gone. So they had to sell their catalog because now they don't exist, right? So anyway, he said that he had to sell the catalogs, and he's like, Miramax, I forget how he portioned it exactly, because like, you know, there's always those smaller little production companies, right? It'll be like Miramax, and then there's like, you know, Spyglass and whatever, right? So he said that Spyglass, which you've probably seen, right? I think they like hold up a big Spyglass for the thing, right?
Yeah, I can picture it.
Them and another company, smaller production company, any movie that's ever been made under them is part of that catalog. They are owned by the Saudi Arabian government.
What?
Their entire catalog.
Holy shit.
And the Miramax or, you know, other portion, like a smaller production company, that owns the other half is the Qatari government.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Like two Middle Eastern governments, you know, like.
Whoa.
It's very interesting.
Whoa. That's like weird, because like Saudi Arabia recently bought golf.
Right.
In a weird way.
Yeah. Well, I think they bought all the golfers.
No,
from the PGA.
Yeah,
basically.
like basically they put up more money than USA ever could.
Right. So then every guy's like, oh, well, like, why wouldn't I go over there and play?
Well, yeah, I'll go where the money
$1 million, and if I win, I get 12 or something. And then, you know, the other guys here are playing for nothing or something, right? You only win the purse if you win, right?
Yeah. But that made a lot of the big name people.
Yeah.
They didn't show up for one of the big tournaments that they should have.
Yeah.
It would be like you're playing for a baseball team, and then all of a sudden Japan does a super tournament, and then we lose half the players from the MLB.
That's kind of the interesting thing about golf. I never really thought about, right? But I mean, it's a solo fucking game, right? So I mean, you're all free agents, right? So I mean, it's not like a team where you know, like, I mean, you know, if they did the same thing for hockey or something, it'd be hard to like, oh, okay, we got, you know, fucking. You know, a Stanley Cup winning team here, and then you get like two of the best players. There's no guarantee it's going to be any good over there, right? Because you need the whole team to make it work.
Yeah,
and, you know, guys that they jive with, right? But when golf, it's a one man fucking show. So you know, I mean, you're a free agent. All you got to do is be like, oh, I just need all the best fucking golfers. So if I offer them all fucking millions of dollars, then like, you know, I own the sport basically, and it sounds like that's what's going on.
Yeah, they from what I hear, like they still have a team, but it's like the smallest team that could ever be, because they have a caddy.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a caddy. Well, you don't have to have a caddy. They'll just appoint you one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's all you.
Yeah.
Cat. I'm not going anywhere without my caddy.
Yeah, my favorite golfer was I don't know if you know golf. John Daly. Remember that guy?
Yeah, I do know a bit of golf. My dad was into golf when I was growing up. I actually golfed in my youth. You know, he was like trying to get me in. So I think I spent probably 2 or 3 years kind of learning at the club. you know, in my teen years.
So you get coaches too. There's a lot of coaching.
Yeah. Well, so I think he had got me into this, you know, like kind of a club, I guess. So you go once a week or whatever. And then they took you to the driving range. And I think they just kind of like, you had to shoot the balls. They gave you like, here's how you should be doing it. And then they get you to do a bucket of balls, and they just kind of walk up and down and be like, hey, you need to like focus this more on your form. Hey, good hit there, you know, or whatever. And then at the end of it, I feel like we got to play a back nine of golf. Yeah. So it was like, you know, a several hour kind of thing, right? But it was
sure. Cool. Yeah. I've played I've been on a hiatus for quite a few years, but I used to play badly, but I went out a lot.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well, I was kind of thinking the other day, I was like, I kind of want to make it my mission to go golfing like this summer, because I haven't golfed in like probably 20 years. I was like, you know, it's fun. You know, it's kind of fun. It's just expensive usually, right?
No, not the golf course on Centennial Parkway.
Okay.
You know the one that's just kind of on the top of the mountain? It's a 9-hole.
Okay.
And way long ago, it was $17 for the 9 holes.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
that's local,
the place I used to go, I think it was like $22.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of the same thing.
Oh, it probably shot up in COVID time.
Oh yeah.
Probably
yeah. Well, I mean, I was like,
$40 now.
Yeah, maybe that's why I'm thinking it costs so much, but I don't know. I feel like if you wanted to go out and like do a round, it'd be like $60 or something like that, to go to a regular.
I would say,
club.
yeah, that would be 18 holes, $60 a
person.
Know.
I don't know. I think it might even be 100.
Yeah,
just to play fucking, a nine holes.
Oh, when you get a good like 18 hole, like they manicure the fuck out of it. It's so nice. Like a lot of wildlife too. That's why I like took to it.
Sure.
Is because like it's a walk with something to do, and like there'd be like turtles and storks and like all kinds of stuff that I'd see on the sidelines. So yeah, golf, bueno.
All right. Well, we'll have to try that.
We're gonna have to golf.
Yeah.
Let's do a whole episode golfing.
Make it a thing.
Yeah. That actually segues kind of nicely into last week. Trump went to Scotland. Yeah. He was caught cheating at golf.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, his caddy was dropping balls.
No way.
Classic trick.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it was even on The Simpsons, that one. Smithers was dropping balls for Mr. Burns.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a classic thing. But I mean, he and, many other politicians are always fucking like on the sidelines, like when they can, like, well, you should see me hit 9 rounds of golf out there, They always like to brag at how good they fucking, their score. Oh, I'm a fucking, -6 handicap or whatever it is.
It's a point of power.
Yeah, I bet it is. Because that's how they probably spend most of their time. Instead of fucking on the phone trying to fix fucking problems and like.
Well, like I think they put it in such a way, if you're in a position of power and you have to like make a move or a sale and you're killing at golf and impressing the guy at golf, it makes everything so much easier. So that's why I see it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like an area where people can measure each other up. Like, is this person acting like a dick? How does he play the game?
So, but he got caught fucking dropping balls.
Got caught dropping balls.
So that's
Cheater.
Hilarious. Now that'll be a fucking permanent stain.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's not doing too well over these past couple of weeks with that whole Epstein thing. But nothing. It's stalled, and I think like I'm getting this big depressed feeling out of the world.
Yeah, well, it keeps changing. It's like rapidly changing every like day or so. There's like a new clip of him saying something like, like, oh, we're going to release the files. We have the files. There are no files. Now there's nothing to see here. Okay, we do have the files, but some of them are fake. The ones that have me in them are fake. He said that now, like, we do have them, but lots of them are fake. The ones with me, those are all fake.
Obama made them.
Yeah.
Obama
somehow Obama's indicted, which, I wouldn't doubt because he's got a lot of fingerprints. Apparently he had a lot of guys still like embedded when Biden was in there. So it was kind of like an Obama.
Yeah. He was taking swipes at Obama again. And it's so weird. Like that would make the plan of the other side to sabotage a file, let Trump have it, and then get in power again, not use it,
mm-hmm.
and then let it surface at the second time that Trump is in. Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
That doesn't check out in my mind.
Yeah, it seems a little off.
That's the going excuse.
But like we said before, I mean, he does have ties to him. And I mean, he's, obviously kind of like a pervert or at least a bit of a degenerate, and like liking, young girls, like even if they're in their 20s, and he's in his 40s and 50s and stuff, that's still fucking kind of gross.
He owned teen beauty pageants.
Yeah.
He held them all the time, as well as older beauty pageants. And now we're hoping that his whole grab him by the pussy speech
mm-hmm.
was about girls that were of age.
Yeah. Well, that's the only thing you don't know. So anyway, like we were saying, he might have known Epstein because of his money laundering abilities, not so much his child abilities, right? Because he wasn't exactly a one trick pony.
That must have, that's a pretty good cover for him for all those years. Nobody wants to prosecute me because I launder all their money.
Yeah.
And I think for sure Trump would be laundering money.
Oh, it'd be, also a good cover if you're already doing something illegal, then to like do something even more illegal. It's like, you're a bootlegger, selling DVDs or whatever, but then you start counterfeiting money secretly, right?
How could someone who got even involved with someone that laundered money and become a president after?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's baseline problem. That never mind the child thing.
Well, because I think anyone who was digging up dirt, they would have been like, hey, look, we got this stuff of him with Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Then the other people on the other side, then that's kind of where we're at. Like, why didn't anyone say anything about the files, right? Like, everyone's probably in there at some point. So it's like, even if you didn't do anything wrong, do you really want to bring up the fact and have to explain? Like, yeah, I was on his plane. I never went to his island, but I took a couple of free plane trips. But Trump, look at Trump. That's what,
Yeah.
Then people just be like, oh, this is just a ploy. He's on there. And, like, you're guaranteed it'll be twisted around. So it's like, why even take the swipe?
Yeah.
That's probably why it was never used originally.
I like what happened on the Jon Stewart show when Trump tried to say, well, Bill Clinton went to the island like 18 times. And it's like, bullshit, 18 times. If anybody is a Diamond Club member at Epstein Island for way more than 18 times did he go to that island. I want to see what Bill Clinton did. Prosecute him for sure.
He did. He is like, they've got the like plane logs, right? So I think Clinton's on there like 18 or 32 times or something like that.
I certainly don't want it to be, this is only for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
No, I want it to be for everybody. Well, you can't get everybody because he was trying to launder money. That's bad too.
Right.
How are all these rich people hiding tax?
Yeah.
When
exactly.
You and I pay full tax.
Mm-hmm.
And then all they have to say is, oh, well, you're the dumb person who didn't figure out what I figured out.
Yeah. That is what they say, right? Like, you got to learn how to take advantage of tax loopholes. That's why they're there. They shouldn't exist, but they do, and we use them while they're there. Why not?
Yeah, motherfuck, that's cancer medicine for some people here in Canada.
Well, yeah.
You're trying to avoid paying life-saving stuff.
No, that's kind of also part of the reason why I don't think that they worry about paying taxes, because they know how the money system works.
So
any money that we take in doesn't go towards tax or anything. Every single dollar that you take in goes towards paying the interest for that year's deficit or budget. So the whole reason a government announces, oh, this is our budget this year and whatever, it's because they're not just telling you that's how much it's going to cost and whatever. They're submitting that to the bank, and the bank is saying, oh, okay, this is your budget. You need fucking, $1.3 billion to run Canada this year.
Yeah.
They give you the loan. You take that money, you distribute it however you want, and then it's up to you to pay your fucking interest on the loan. So all the money that you take in from however much your fucking schemes are and whatever, okay, look, I got to pay this much in interest and then try and get this principal down or whatever. That's where the banking comes in, right?
Yeah.
And just turns into the same kind of shit that we deal with when you're like, you got a credit card. You're like, I got to pay this fucking credit card down, but I also need to get this TV while it's on sale.
Yeah. Yeah. That kind of shit needs to be found out. We first and foremost, justice for the people that have been wronged. Absolutely. That's first and foremost. And, but we do need to also at the tail end find our missing money, because the tax dollars is programs, food, here in Canada, like we could always use more.
Mm-hmm.
We could always use another program that helps out the community.
Right.
No problem.
Well, that's where when it comes to cutting shit, that's the part that people don't realize is when the government's like, oh, well, we got to cut this program for whatever reason. What they're really saying is like, oh, we've already paid for everything. We've already budgeted for everything. So if you were at the beginning of the year, if you were in business as, the department of this or that, and everything was fine, then we had you already covered. But now something has come up. We need money for fill in the blank, Israel or fucking, Ukraine or whatever. So now that we need more money, we're going to have to cut some programs because we need to make room for cost saving and shit. But they try to spin it that like, oh, we're, the deficit's just out of control. Right. And they're trying to make it seem like it's a fucking, a cost saving measure when really it's just a fucking, way to divert funds from something that's necessary to something that's fucking probably not, because there's other things that they could be like, oh, well, we'll just not pay the interest. This what the fuck is a bank gonna do to the government of Canada, right? Like,
well, the conspiracy that we all have is like an easy one is Ford selling up Greenbelt land.
Mm-hmm.
It was Greenbelt land. It was land that is sanctioned only for farm use for food.
I thought it was Crown land.
No,
it's not. It's like city-owned land.
It was Greenbelt land.
Right. So it's like protected though, because it's like part of the biosphere or whatever, right? Like
not so much the biosphere is we need to keep it reserved for food because the soil is so rich.
Mm-hmm.
It's world renowned for being
fertile.
So fertile.
All this area where everything we've built on is all like the most fertile fucking area of Canada, I think.
There's other areas of the world that are envious of it. Just like fuck, it grows there. You know how hard of a time I have just to get like a tomato, and you guys just throw seeds on the ground and there it is. So like we do take that for granted. There's a conspiracy that some of that land Ford just we need houses and then section some of it like off for housing.
Sure. Yeah. $1 million mansions, right?
Yeah. And or those stuck together $500,000 townhomes.
Right.
Yeah. Almost $1 million mansion, but only half the price. And it's a townhome.
Yeah. You might be stuck to an asshole. Who knows?
Yeah. You got more square footage, but it's because you have more stairs to climb.
It's
fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's the home version of fucking Human Centipede.
Yes, exactly. Like your living room is fucking tiny, like 1 bedroom apartment tiny, but you got 3 of them.
Yeah,
for what I don't know. But anyways, so he sold off that land. So the conspiracy is, well, were you making some kind of deal with the housing company?
Yeah. Do you have a friend that owns a housing company? Yeah. And then all of a sudden,
just floated you 50 G's under the 50 G's.
You're driving a brand new car. You get a vacation somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it's usually, right?
Yeah. You get that. And then we, the people, are going, hey, you're not supposed to sell that land.
Yeah. I think usually they get caught because people see like, hey, why is he's staying in that room and whatever. That's like a $10,000 a night room. And then he has to fucking come forth and be like, oh, no, it's not on the taxpayer money. This is a friend of mine that got me this place, right? And then people have to look into it because, well, that sounds like bullshit. He's using fucking people's money. And then they go into it and they're like, wait a minute. No, someone did pay for it. But why is someone giving him a $10,000 fucking hotel, or whatever? Like, you got to look into that shit, right?
Well, that just kind of came and went. There was no prosecution. There was nobody that dug into any kind of evidence. It just houses got built. Oops.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Well, it never went through though, right? He never. He sold the land. I thought that got turned up.
The complaint was after the fact. Someone like, hey, what the fuck? Why are your houses being built there? And then looked at the land and like, what? You're not supposed to. And it was like all after the fact. And like there was evidence that led it to Ford, but you would have to have solid evidence, not just like what I'm speaking about is rumor.
Okay. I see. So they probably just talked it all out amongst themselves, figured out how they were all going to be getting paid for it, and then went through like, okay, well, so basically we just have to pretend that fucking, oh, sorry, they accidentally got a permit, and oh, we didn't know this land was like that.
Right.
Someone didn't do a check. Must have been one of the employees that day. There's no way to trace it back.
Yep. Or
someone made a typo, and fucking who knows where they get all kinds of excuses.
It was Ontario Place was sold to an Austrian company.
Yeah.
And the deal with that, the conspiracy around that is it was
With
sold. Yeah. Yeah. With the Science Center, and bought Ford's old sign business.
Right.
Because it was, it was failing.
Sign business.
Yeah. Deco signs.
If that's not a sign, I don't know what is.
Well, that was a big part of how Rob Ford got into the mayor office, was because his dad kept on printing stickers and flyers and shit.
Right.
Yeah, he had all that shit for free. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still corruption, but I mean, at least it's like a fresh bloodline. That's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Ford's still in there. He's still, like I can't say either way. I don't know. I don't have the evidence. But if we're talking about land that should be for food, like, yeah, we do have to keep that for food.
I really wish that we could get together like a fucking, like a really good shadow cabal, that was like, instead of like fucking trying to rob everyone, they're like, hey, how can we like secretly do some stuff to like fucking help, like we'll put through some secret laws and shit like that when people aren't looking, and fucking work together to that, and like give people the tax money back, and all kinds of like secret shit, and like the same way that they're like fucking people over with business deals and whatever, like doing it the same way. Hey, we'll keep this on the books, that way we don't have to pay the bank, but we'll pretend, and then we can get fucking 1,000 homes out of that.
Yeah,
it's some kind of crazy shit.
It happens, but it ends up sticking like within families. Like take the flipping house thing.
Right.
I've heard up-teen people that it's so simple. You just have to do this, and it seems that simple, but they have 5 people like that. That's the key ingredient that I don't have, that I hear, is they have 5 people and they're all honest, and we're all going to put $5,000 in a pot.
Right.
And then once they do that, okay, that's a down for a house.
Yeah.
And they all each pay for something to be upgraded with it.
Mm-hmm.
They go through the motions, sell, and then split that money.
Mm-hmm.
When there's 5 people helping each other, then they start walking around. I don't actually need to work. I just do it so I can have an income.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, why are you telling me I'm poor as shit and nobody likes me? But that's the side of the fence that I'm on. Like, not everybody can have that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just circumstance of life. But that is an example. Once they're not coming to me and going, you know what, we're going to do it again, and we want to add a person and add a person and add a person. And then all of a sudden, everybody's life just kind of levels out in a weird kind of way because we all helped each other. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that kind of thing is possible. If someone smart sat down and figured out, we're going to get everybody in this big like stock thing. So when every stock goes up, everybody gets like a penny or something, and then it kind of gets exponential.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're like, oh, guaranteed income. Who knew? Right?
Well,
I think it's possible. I'm just not smart enough to connect those dots.
Yeah. I know. I've been thinking about this for many years. I think so. There was this thing with, I think, the conquistadors, the Spanish conquistadors, who went over and discovered the new land. Yeah. And they were looking for like El Dorado, I guess, or some of that shit, right? But regardless, they found a bunch of fucking gold.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they brought it back to Spain. And when they did, all of a sudden, I mean, they're fucking chest loads of gold, fucking drinks all around. Well, now all of a sudden, there was this fucking, excess of gold in the city, right? All the guys, there's 100 sailors or 50 sailors or whatever on this boat. They all got fucking big bags of gold. Well, now every merchant in town's like, hey, those guys all fucking got bags of gold. Like, oh, well, I only sold 2 hats last month. So instead of having $5 hats, they're going to be $25 hats.
Yeah.
And now these guys are coming, wow, fuck, I want a new hat. And they're like, oh, great, we've got $25 hats on sale, and they're like, oh, great. And so, they'll buy a fucking hat. Now, all of a sudden, everything just went up in price because that's what happens when your money system gets diluted. You've got a basis for what a dollar is worth, and people kind of, put the value of everything based around that. And then when that currency gets destabilized, your economy kind of collapses on itself, right?
Yeah.
Or at least gets burdened. And then the idea is that, especially in capitalism, it's like, oh, well, fucking the market will kind of balance itself out with fucking, people buying and selling and spending and setting the prices themselves, right? If it's too high, no one's going to buy it. And then Buddy's going to have no choice but to lower the price eventually or whatever, right? Or have a competitor come in and say, I can do it cheaper, right? And then they start to take over that market share and whatever. But that system is, it's been proven to fail, all through history. Eventually it fucking collapses on itself. So that's where these ideas of socialism and shit like that kind of came in, right? Where they're like, focus more on like, a group or people themselves that are, kind of taking this role over all these roles, and all the resources go to the people, or like the one group who's kind of supposed to be benevolent or a dictator even, right? Who like, oh, I'm so good, I can fucking, I know who needs what, and all that, and I'll be fair, don't worry about it, right?
Yeah.
And that shit always seems to fail, although more and more, as we've seen through time, what we thought was a failure was maybe just other governments saying, hey, these guys, if that fucking takes off, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. When people are like, oh shit, these like guys in the Middle East have fucking, they're getting free houses, and the government gives them checks every month from the oil, a cut of the oil sales. And like, that's, what they were doing originally when that Gaddafi got killed. His idea was to get out of the bank, the international bank. And they weren't, dealing with them anymore. So they didn't have to do, how we're talking about like, taking out a budget loan and whatever. They didn't have to do that. All their money was all 100% theirs. They had their own like gold coins that they used for fucking, regular currency trades and whatever, I think. And then, probably paper money for, bigger shit and whatever, right? But they had their own currency system set. And someone had pointed this out a little while ago, but every country in the entire world is based off the international bank. That's the central bank.
Right. Yeah.
For the world, right? So like your country's bank goes to that bank and takes out their budget for that year, like I was talking about, right? Every country does that individually. They all go, and you're like, where are they getting this money from? They're not printing it themselves. This bank prints it for them. And then, in all their own currency style and whatever, lends it out, gets all their interest rates. Well, there was this list of fucking, 5 or 7 countries that weren't on, refused to join the fucking banking scheme. They're like, no, we're going to just keep it in house. Thanks. It was like it was Iraq, Afghanistan, Lebanon. Yeah. Like everyone that's just been recently taken down, like all of them were not involved in the banking system. And, we don't ever get their news and shit like that. Sometimes you see clips, but we don't, hear what they're saying on their news and shit like that, right? About us. So all we get is one side of the propaganda, which, comes from, we get 2 sources for news. It all comes from Reuters and it comes from the Associated Press. Right. And we learned watching The Ring of Power that the Rothschilds owned Reuters, I think, in the 1800s, and then they bought the Associated Press. So they own the 2 major news agencies in the entire world. So it's not hard to see why not only does their name rarely, if ever, pop up in the news, but, if there was something that was going on somewhere that they wanted to kill a story, then it'd be easy enough to like
Oh, yeah.
Call up the fucking, have a guy call up that editor and be like, look, you can't fucking do that story.
Yeah.
Or you'll be out of a job, right?
Yeah, like just before the show started, you're trying to look up a story that's been scrubbed from the internet.
Yeah, like this Pedogate movie.
Yeah,
that I've been trying to get it.
Well, true. I don't want any of those words in my algorithm, but like,
yeah, you start searching that up, and they'll start suggesting this. But that might be kind of a good segue because it's interesting. This movie gets into the idea. Well, it's not the idea; it's proof. But basically, how Google has been not running, but how pedophiles use Google to secretly run their child porn.
Oh,
yeah. So this is how they find connections. Like, how do you even find child porn? Like, you go to like fucking childporn.com or something, right? Like, people, you're like, oh, well, they must be going on the dark web and shit like that. But they don't even need to. That's the kind of the trick of it, is like they can just fucking use Google, and or there's a Russian website that Yandex. Have you ever heard of that? It's like a search.
No.
It's the Russian version of Google.
Okay.
Yeah. And so it's just an internet scraper or whatever, right? But so the whole idea is that you put certain codes into Google and this thing, certain word phrases and whatever, but like, maybe even a number combination in there. It's literally like a code. And when you put that in, it brings up these like kind of junk websites that are like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. The movie will get into it, but like, for an example, say you would go to, Walmart.com, and you would look up child's bathing suits because you're, a crazy pervert or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it shows you some pictures of, some children, playing in the water or whatever. But it's like, tasteful fucking, shots that you would expect of children playing, with water toys, for advertising at Walmart, right? Then you put in this code, and then it brings up a website, and I'm just using Walmart as an example, but it definitely wouldn't be them. But it would bring up, say, Walmart.com, and then it would bring up that bathing suit section, but it would bring up a secret page that wasn't fucking there before. It was like bathing suits / fucking summer fun or something weird tag, and then you click on that, and then it'd be all these like shots of like kids with like no shirts on and stuff like that.
Whoa. That's gross.
Yeah, it's and then it gets into quite the rabbit hole. So
okay, well, let's share entire screen.
So we might have to go back, like we were talking about, and look over. The original movie was called Pedogate, and it's by this guy who does like really good like mini docs named Mouthy Buddha, and can't find the movie now. Like, we were looking on Google and a couple places and couldn't see it. Not only couldn't see it, but only 5 fucking results showed up, right?
I know.
So it's like they're scrubbing the internet, because there should be fucking at least 100 blogs or something of people who have been like, oh, have you seen this? Or Reddit forums. Fucking, I guarantee if you searched a Reddit forum, that word would come up, So why aren't we getting, like, you remember back in the day when you'd fucking search something, it'd be like to tell you got fucking 500 million results or something.
Yeah.
From every time some, girl fucking wrote Corey Feldman in fucking her diary online, and that's what you searched in Google, that, you would get 1 million fucking hits of these random people who ever mentioned that word. That was the whole point.
Yeah.
It's like a catalog of that. Now I got fucking 5 results. Like, there's no way that fucking,
we're controlled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's true too that when you keep it wild like that, and then you like let your kids on the net, and they're like, I need to research this, and there's already like some websites with like double standard word.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you think it's something innocent, but it's a porn site.
Right.
That's a good concern.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't want a kid that can just walk up and see every result that's out there. Maybe I don't want to see that either. Like, oh, I need to look that up. What if that, like, that the results that came up were all the entryways for everything that's evil, like and bad.
Right.
I think that is maybe that's all moved to the dark web. Well, let's see what they say in this.
Yeah. Yeah. Good idea.
Oh, so I do want to pause that and mention that some years, I'm gonna place it at 2020. We had a little bit of a scare that one of the 1920-ish women in Cambodia that's connected to our family, like a niece or whatever. We don't even know. It's just like family. Anyways, she was sent a bunch of videos from talking online. This guy said, do you want to come with me? And then just showed her a video of necklaces,
Mm-hmm.
stacks of money, different types of jewelry.
Sure.
Like, this could be yours. Just come with me.
Yeah. Meet me here.
Meet me here. Yeah, that was exactly it. What's your address?
Yeah.
Meet me here. Like all kinds of questions
Sure.
like that. And we're just like calling back and take messages. Fucking erase that. Here, you know what you do? Throw that phone away. I'll buy you a new one. And you know what? If this was an elaborate trick to get a new phone, it worked. Because of shit like this. Anyways.
Yeah.
Burying DUIs. Hmm. So, you know what? I don't think.
Is the screen share passed on? Yeah. This is gonna make for dead air. We need some wait music in between for for when we get missing chunks.
Yeah, I know. Like, and then this is just one more thing. Like, it keeps on sinking deeper, right? Like,
Why isn't it able to share the screen?
yeah, yeah. Remember at the top of the screen there was those options.
Yeah, that's not popping up anymore. Maybe it's behind the, or it's on the other page or something. Yeah. That's no good. Well,
Yeah.
Maybe play it in the background while you're trying to get that going, then, because then you can at least we can hear. Oh, did you get it? Oh, that may not be it either.
Oh, there it is.
Ah,
There we go.
Ah. All right.
Okay. Back on track. There we go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, this is an important one. Chapter 1.
Deciphering symbols. So, just to lighten it up a little bit, the symbol part, I think, kind of comes from hobos. Hobos used to do symbols, and they had a whole
Yeah,
whole bunch of symbols that they would
hieroglyphics, basically.
yeah, they had hieroglyphics that they would put on certain key areas that they knew they all passed through, like train
Yeah.
yards or something. And like,
or people's houses. Sometimes you go by
Yeah.
someone's house and they would have like, you know, a picture of like a pot. Someone, they would carve a pot into there and you would know, oh, they give you a hot meal.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, exactly. Like this house is a friendly house. This house is a mean
Yeah.
house. Like, just kind of help them navigate through the world,
Yeah.
which is positive. And then these motherfuckers
Yeah.
use the same thing.
They're the worst of all. At the end of this chapter, if I don't forget, stop for chapter 2 because I gotta bring up something.
Yeah. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. He's here?
It looked like it.
What?
But here, this is what he's saying. All you have is this guy just doing a channel. He just happens to use a symbol that looks exactly like it. So pause it for a sec.
Okay, so
I think what he was saying there is like, you can see that's the exact symbol, but he's like looking at this all this guy's content and stuff. There's nothing that looks off. It doesn't look like he's got any weird symbolism. He's like, this is an example of like when this shit might just line up and fucking be a coincidence, right? Because that kind of shit must happen, right? Someone's like, hey, this is a cool design. It's a fucking triangle, right? Someone's never thought of a fucking spiral triangle before, right?
yeah.
So, but I mean, if all of a sudden you know that that symbol is like, oh, well, hey, you know that means boy lover, right? And they're like, oh my God, I didn't know that. But like you go to some other fucking company, they've got that, and then they're showing you pictures of like a little boy who's like got his pants kind of pulled down by a dog or something, you know, and it's like, oh, that's a
like,
weird fucking you
oh,
know.
what am I looking at?
You start to put dots together, right? And that's what it is. Sometimes you're reaching, but other times you're like, this is how they get away with it, right? Is it's fucking hidden in plain sight kind of shit.
Well,
that's the whole thing about these symbols is like, that's, you know, like we were talking about, they put them on things to be like, hey, this is a, you know, a place you can get away with that kind of shit or whatever, right?
yeah, like that. I heard the opposite. So maybe I misheard him. That his channel was kind of like talking about how he's wrestling with the being a child predator.
Well, we can go back and listen to it if you want.
We can plow forward because I can look up that guy's channel myself and see if there's anything nefarious.
We'll go back to, or even we'll check it out after again. Just go back and listen to this and see. But
that was a good counterpoint though, that like maybe it's nothing, you know, and that they've used these symbols. A lot of symbols cross over because we're humans.
Yeah,
there's not a lot you can do.
Yeah,
this guy chose triangle.
Exactly.
That's one of 4 shapes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I think he might be getting something close with Jojo Siwa here, like maybe.
Yeah, I remember a woman at my work said her children go bananas for Jojo Siwa.
Yeah.
I don't see a heart. Oh. Oh. Now I would say though, we want to know these symbols. So if we see something like that in our neighborhood, we can act and protect in any way that we can.
Right. That's why they were released originally by the FBI.
That's the only reason why I'm watching this, to tell you the truth. Otherwise, I don't want to know about these fucks.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I agree. That is a creepy looking dude. I am so glad he's in jail. I hope he stays there. Yeah. Right. Oh, okay. So here's why what they're angling towards is scary. Now, man, okay, like cartoon cat with like that's just fucking anime shit. Like I don't think that at all. But
Well, have you ever heard of Elsa Gate?
no. But I do remember the 80s. And I do remember we were the generation where they were told to stop that shit with the subliminal messaging.
Yeah.
Do you still remember your subliminal like I still
Menon.
they're not so much that. Now they kind of mention it in the movie Fight Club,
Yeah.
right? Which like way back then it was like kind of a laugh, but now it's like holy shit.
That became outlawed though in like the 70s or something.
80s.
60s or 70s, wasn't it?
80s.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because it was our generation for He-Man, G.I. Joe,
Right.
all of those cartoons.
They didn't have like subliminal like blinks
they
in
did.
there.
They absolutely did.
Really?
When you go to a restaurant, do you automatically say Coke?
Do I see it or say
it?
No, like
What
when
do
there's
you
a
want to drink when you want to drink a pop?
Yeah.
Coke.
Yeah.
It is such like an automatic thing
Yeah.
to say, right?
Yeah.
During those cartoons, they would purposely do desert scene, desert, all
Sure.
stuff to make you thirsty.
Yeah.
And then the word Coke.
But I mean, that's just Coke. I mean, Coke owns like the entire world. They're like, you go to Mexico and they drink more Coke than water there. And I don't know that they have that many cartoons that they might have been subliminally.
But they wanted to brainwash us so bad that was one of the things. And then it was, but you can't subliminal message shit.
Yeah.
And they went, oh.
That was fucking Freud's nephew.
Yes.
Who came up with that whole thing of subliminal messaging. And fuck, what was his name?
I think it was Freud.
No, it was on the tip of my brain. It's like, fuck. Milton Friedman, maybe.
Okay, yeah, that rings something.
We'll have to look it up
in my old noodle.
Yeah, but yeah, it was something like that. But
so if they outlined it back then, probably forgot about it by this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, everybody understands, and we just all keep on marching on. Who made that cartoon?
Right. This is a different kind of subliminal messaging, though, because they're not. Subliminal messaging would be like, like you were saying, like, a desert scene when you're thirsty or something. But what they blatantly blocked or, made, outlawed was showing, you're watching TV and then it blinks a scene of like, something like buy this or whatever. Right. This is just blatant, symbolism that's in your face, so you don't know what it means, so it's not influencing you in any way, right? You're not saying like, oh geez, all of a sudden I'm like seeing little boys differently or anything, right? Like it's not having any kind of influence on the children or anything. The idea is that this is saying I'm obviously a pedophile and I'm working on children's things, and so pay attention to my stuff, right? And then they put in these interesting fucking possibly you'll see here. I'm certain. I bet you he's going to get into Elsa Gate because Elsa Gate was this thing where YouTube would, people would park their kids in front of YouTube, right, for extended periods of time. Like, a mom would say, "Oh, okay, sit here and watch your cartoon," right? And it had the algorithm of cartoons, right? It would know, like, oh, a child's watching, all these cartoons. And they even, I'm pretty sure that this got through on the, the child safe YouTube that only plays children, things that are, this is marked for children, right?
Yeah.
So somebody knew that, and they were putting through these things where it was live people who were dressed up as Spider-Man and like fucking the Joker and stuff like that. They had paint on, and then they would show up on screen, and they would say, shh, and they would sneak up on like someone with a hammer, and then like boink, and then you would like, it would be off screen, but then a bunch of blood would fucking like squirt on, and then like, they would giggle around, or all of a sudden they would like behind the scenes and they're peeing all over, and it would show like a stream going off screen, and they're like giggling away while they're like peeing on somebody and stuff. Like all this stuff that children were like watching and thought it was just hilarious. So they throw a bottle across, it would smash off someone's face, and blood would be everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then like a laugh track in the background. So someone was putting out this like, obviously like, very like malicious fucking content that they knew children were watching, right? So the whole point was why.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not overtly disturbing, but you just knowing that somebody did that to put that through the algorithm, it became this whole kind of scandal.
Well,
I'm sure they'll get into it.
The reason why I brought up Fight Club though is like, it was obviously a big part of the movie, like a scene that Tyler Durden, or the Brad Pitt character, would splice in pornography as a subliminal message during children cartoons in a theater.
Once again, that's more. That was more of for a comedic lark, right? Because subliminal is the idea is like, they're trying to implant an idea. Okay. He was implanting just trying to make you uncomfortable, right? Like he would just put it in there so that people were like, did I just see a fucking cock on screen? And then like kids were like crying and stuff like that because it was in the middle of a cartoon movie, right?
Okay, but somebody maybe that subliminal message idea is in the rest of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know Brad Pitt's in it in the first half of the movie? You can, there's a YouTube video, like, we won't do it now, but he's in the movie. You just you don't notice it.
Right, because he hasn't been brought to the forefront, right?
It's just subliminal. Right, like when he's in the office and there's something that's a trigger where, he's heading down that path, he'll blink somewhere in the background and you have to slow frame by frame. Yeah. And like, holy shit, he just pops in and out.
Yeah, I remember seeing that originally in the thing, and I didn't know what it was, right? I thought I saw a blink. Kind of looked like a human form, right? And then the movie gets uncovered, and you see the blink, and you're like, oh, that's why I saw that blink earlier.
Yeah. I didn't get it till many years later. I still didn't notice the whole time. It worked on me subliminally. So anyway, that's what I fear with this, is that maybe they're like, I can picture these gross dudes be like watching Fight Club and be like, yeah, I'm like tired of Durden. I'm putting it in kids' cartoons.
Yes, exactly.
And that's the signal that it's in the kids' cartoon.
Yes. But I mean, we also know that like through the Disney stuff and whatever, that like a lot of these people seem to work for Disney somehow,
Yeah, I already went on my own rants about like the Disney anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah. But what are you supposed to do?
That guy, he's the pedophile guy. True Detective.
Yeah,
You remember that?
vaguely. Yeah, it could be the designer of the toy, just one person, not a whole company,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, look at Disney. Look at all those symbols.
Uh,
There's the triangle. Mighty Ducks.
Run, kid! They marked you.
Yeah, oh, there's the spiral. Remember when we were watching the Pope or one of those cardinals who was doing Kate and William's wedding?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
had those triangles all on his back. That was the design on his robe cloak.
Oh, a former Walt Disney president,
Vice president.
vice president.
Still. All those years. Look at that. There's the spiral on the teacup.
Huh. 7-year-old?
Yep.
Oh shit!
Not Flight of the Navigator.
No, like, yeah,
Oh,
like that weird ass cartoon before. Like, yeah, I can picture some like I'm non-binary and like loving that kind of stuff.
right. Oh, there it is. Set designers.
Right. $14.
A year later, he was hired. He was a famous actor, that Corey.
Oh yeah. The Coreys.
So that's the one that killed himself. Is the one that was raped.
Well,
I mean,
yes,
that one was raped too, but
He has survived.
I forgot about that. That movie Powder. That guy was a convicted pedophile.
what, the white dude or the guy who
The
made
guy
it?
who made it. Yeah. What you look at some of the scenes in the movie, right? We like it's like supposed to be a young boy.
Kimmel was on Epstein Island.
Oh yeah, he's like,
Yeah,
this
he's
is when
been
you get into
freaking out
this.
because he's been to the island and he's like, I didn't do anything. That's what he said first and foremost.
That's it, right? This is the pedophile thing. Pizza is code, right? So it's an easy one to dismiss. Look at that.
Oh,
Have you seen this local pizza place?
whoa.
It's just down the street from me.
Okay, so I wonder, like, if there's such a thing as harmless surveillance.
Isn't it interesting that it's a pizza place too? That has that weird symbol.
Well, if it's on the up and up, we wouldn't see anything wrong. You know?
The whole thing, the whole reason that it's Pizzagate is because like it was a pizza place that was running this secret thing, right?
Yeah.
They had all this like weird connections with I think. Oh no, not that person.
If
Tony
anything,
Podesta. That's who I'm thinking.
if anything nefarious happens, it would be in and or out the back door, right?
Look at that. That's like more than 3 pictures or so that this woman's wearing these triangle earrings. And she was accused of trafficking children.
Trafficking.
That's right on the Pope.
Yeah.
So look at that. Hey, you see how that's the Vatican Hall. Doesn't it look like a giant serpent head?
Yeah, it does. But then we like this is kind of edging towards saying that oh, you said you wanted to know chapter 2?
What's that?
You wanted to know when it gets to chapter 2.
Oh, I wanted to show you that picture actually. That's what I was going to tell you.
Oh, yeah. Edging towards like a serpent, and the serpent's going, "Yes, have sex with children." Like, and there's a group of people that are going, "Yeah, that's what I want to do."
Yeah.
Mm. Oh, that's creepy. Yeah.
Just hanging in his house.
Ugh.
Didn't that person just sound evil?
Yeah. And what
This
and
is
the
a music video by this weird band.
um what this is what this guy has in his home or
No, this is what it's that music video. These are all the images that they just showed you subliminally that you can even place it. This is all frame by frame of what this music video is.
uh, uh-oh.
Part three.
Oh, yeah, a whole bunch of evidence to make him seem like a Satanist pedo. Yeah, some That's a black widow spider. Don't you get the impression like being weird for the sake of being weird? What I think we're supposed to be scared of, or I think
Oh wait, this is important. And she posted that on her thing, right?
yeah, they seem to be living on Instagram full tilt. That is kind of funny.
Someone just like cartoons and stuff there.
Yeah, heavily like that's worrisome. Like I'll admit I did the same thing in a Sesame Street coloring book.
Not that many images though.
Not that kind of content. Like yeah, I made them naked, but like like are they a bunch of meth addicts that just kind of like went ham in a fantasy world and can't tell reality from this?
Well, that's what you're trying to get at. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
That's Nancy Pelosi.
We're kind of aware of the rumors of J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah, listen.
Oh, okay. Mm, mm. Almost. I think we know. Booyah! That's a hell of a pitcher. Okay, so there's a target because I'd like to attack that being Canadian. Like,
Yeah.
start with home first. That's an undeniable fact. He does seem to have a passion.
That used to be their logo, right? Then he took it out.
You like little boys? I like little boys.
Might be the end.
Yeah, it's about that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so there's something I want to throw in there. Is that it had the more extreme images
mhm,
came from uh the girls that were involved with Epstein and Clinton
right,
and this Canadian dude who we need to look into more.
right,
But those people involved with those guys, like, could it be the wake of an event? Like they're what I'm picturing is like Clinton and this dude are just blazing a path, and they have no repercussions. They just keep on going
mhm,
because the people in the wake of their um life end up damaged. That's how it manifests. Like they need to be stopped, no doubt. But it's like kind of like not their fault because when they were young, somebody raped the shit out of them. Like we saw the example of Corey Haim. Charlie Sheen raped the shit out of him when he was young, damaged him. He couldn't get out of it, killed himself. Right?
yeah,
And his buddy, who was subjected to the same thing on camera, can't hold it together. Cry like it ruined him.
right,
Yeah, it's awful. One of the things you never want to do to a person. And like from the watching different shows, documentaries and stuff, it was said that like 99% of rape isn't sexual at all. It's just about control and power.
right. Sounds right.
Yeah. Uh, I forget the point I had with that is just kind of like highlighting my disgust with it, like
Mhm.
that this should be an avoidable issue.
Yeah, right. You would think, but this is getting to the deeper level of like that dude, the former spy, who was saying like there's a network of people who are like Satanists basically, and it's like we saw that clip of that girl on Oprah, right? She said the
Yeah.
exact fucking same thing, and here it is like 15 years later, and this guy who's a former CIA spy, like openly fucking talking about it here. Like obviously he's not lying, right? Or or I mean,
Well,
at least about being a spy, right? Because otherwise you'd be arrested for impersonating a government official, right? If you were like, oh, I was in
right.
the CIA,
Yes.
you can't just say I was in the CIA, right? Because otherwise you can get arrested.
Or you got to put them to it. Like
Especially sitting in a fucking, he was obviously in like a high level meeting there. It was televised. It had like
Yeah.
the symbols and, like for their organization and all that.
you'd have to sue them for fraud. Like you're coming out and saying this, like your organization is what, raising money.
Mhm.
You're saying you're stamping it out. You're not who you say you are. That could happen, but like he wouldn't come out and do it. I think he's credible as well.
Yeah. So the thing of it is there's a huge network, right, of satanic people who pedophilia just happens to be a part of Satanism. So even the guys who are Satanists and stuff, they might not necessarily be involved in things on the pedophile level,
Well, Yeah, or even the word Satanist, I don't even think that that's like wholly accurate. I think these are people that are looking for extreme, like they want to live on an extreme. When I picture Satanist, I don't picture pedophilia part of it. I picture like fat chicks that wear purple and black.
Well, it might not even necessarily be the pedophilia. I mean, like we saw. I mean, when you see that image of the room, right, the red room and whatever, in the other documentary, they go over actually Epstein's fucking island and show it from the outside and what it looked like, and then they show it from the inside and show pictures that are on the internet that, like, if you put them against that imagery, it looks like whoever filmed this was inside this building at one time. And it's like hidden camera video someone took of like little 5-year-old girls walking around dressed in like togas, and they're like bringing drinks to men who are like sitting around there and stuff.
See?
And this is like kind of the secret footage and stuff that it was from Epstein Island, basically.
Yeah. I can clearly remember. Remember when they put celebrities in a house and film them living there? Yeah, or they were B celebrities or something like that.
Yeah, Big Brother, right?
It was something like that, but it was with celebrities, and it was one that MC Hammer was on, and they were ordered a naked Japanese chick to lay down, and sushi was all over her body. And like, oh, here's a meal for you guys to eat, and MC Hammer kind of wigged out at it.
Well, he's a priest,
right?
Yeah. So yeah. I can imagine he'd be like, "Oh, I can't do this."
Yeah, right? it all checked out.
And I'm sure the reason they did that, we got to get something super edgy that he just fucking can't handle, right? Because they got to get reactions. That's their whole fucking business, right?
The thing is he made a good point. Like, he was gracious about it. He said, "Ma'am, I know you're just doing your job. I apologize for bowing out of this, but this is just not me.
Yeah,
I don't agree with this. I think you can do much better with your time."
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. Like do you want to say to the girl, like, really, like, someone said to you, like, here's $50, go lay down naked for 2-3 hours?
Probably more like, here's like $400 or $500.
True.
Right?
Yeah. Like, it was enough money where she said, yeah, that's a good idea.
It could even be $1,000. Who knows, right? But
yeah.
The idea is like the exoticness of it, right? But it's, I don't know, it's kind of a cliche, and I don't know.
Well, if he offered me $1,000, I would think twice. Like, well, really? Do you really want to eat sushi off me? I'm like, yeah. No, I'm probably a toony kind of dude. But anyway, he had a good point. Like, why is this a feature?
Mm-hmm.
Why is this a thing to be offered to people? And to you, ma'am, like, you could be using your talents a lot better. Like, you could be spending these 3 hours, like, educating yourself, doing something to further yourself. That's way better for, like, your personality and, who you are as a person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's gross top to bottom. And why it's even mentioned is the places like we saw in these videos, these groups of people that want this as a decadence. I want that. I want this thing. I'm not allowed to have it. It's the most extreme. I don't just do drugs. I do adrenochrome. Adrenochrome. That's what it's called. Yeah, it's not just a drug. It's taken out of a brain of a person or an animal.
Well, so that spy guy, he kind of got into that with the Satanism thing, but he didn't mention specifically adrenochrome. But that's what he was talking about, like scaring the children and then killing them and then drinking their blood. That's what he was getting at, was like the heightened, scaredness fucking floods their blood with adrenaline, and then when you're drinking that, you're getting the adrenaline from their blood, right? So it's not so much that you're getting the fucking a real rush from the blood, it's the adrenaline in the blood. And I think at some point some scientist Satanist figured that shit out And that is why adrenochrome became a thing.
Yeah.
And so, like, in this hidden fucking, world of this kind of deviant shit that goes down, adrenochrome is like, rumored to be something that you can actually buy. Like I've seen pictures of it on, like Instagram and stuff like that, where it's like, someone's kind of like hidden pictures or whatever, but it's like, it looks like it's like from like a science lab, and it's like a frozen thing. It says like adrenochrome on it.
Yeah.
And apparently on the black market, like, 1 liter thing of adrenochrome is worth like fucking $1 billion or something like that. Like it's like a hugely expensive because it's so hard. Like, you're only getting like a small vial, and the only way to get it is from the adrenaline gland or the pineal gland. I can't remember if it's the pineal gland or just the adrenaline glands in your body. But regardless, you have to, have a child, you have to scare the fuck out of them, and then you have to knock them off and then harvest that within a certain amount of time period to get it. And you're only getting like, a teaspoon or 2 teaspoons or something like that from one little kid. So you can imagine to get a fucking full, 4-liter bottle of it or whatever, how much work you would have to do.
Yeah.
Right. So you can imagine like that. And if each kid on the black market is, they're charging fucking $60,000-$70,000 or something like that, or 100,000, who knows? Right. You can imagine at a teaspoon of cost, that would add up fucking.
I have heard that, like it's, used for like beauty.
Adrenochrome?
Or not specifically adrenochrome, but like the blood, because the amount of stem cells that are in it. So that might be another thing for if it's not just straight up adrenochrome.
Right.
Like I try to think of one theory that of UFOs doing cattle mutilation was that it was the US, because they have to test the beef, and the farmers have the law on their side where if you want to test a cow, you got to pay them for the cow or something like that.
Okay.
But they have to ensure that the disease is not spreading, and it can spread through the cows quite easily. That's a weak point in our society, is our beef supply. So they do something like they covertly take a cow, and that's why there's an ear missing, the ear with the tag.
Right.
Yeah, like why would the aliens take the tag? But if you think of it this way, and they all the blood's drained out. Yeah, because they're testing the blood. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you knock off one cow here, there, randomly. Hey, you got a good sample. So what if they're getting the child blood, and it's something as innocent as that? Like, I just need the child blood, but we can't let this out into the open, because if they ever found out that we're like getting a transfusion with a child that's been taken, no parent will allow this. If they found out I did, they'll like milk me for every dollar I have.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Any regular person would be destroyed.
Yeah. So you have to take a kid without parents, get them to sit in the chair for just a couple of minutes while I get the blood transfusion, and all the stem cells, they're just like, I fucking love it.
You can see where this like child or, where they were saying they breed children for certain things.
Yeah.
And or all these children that are trafficked in, right? I mean, then they don't necessarily need a guardian or a parent there, right? They could have them hanging upside down on fucking tables for all we know, and some room in the back. You just show up and there's just a tube that's coming from a wall, and you're just like, oh, this place is great.
Well, that could be a best case scenario for the Epstein list. It's just like it's a blood transfusion. It's sketchy as shit. There's a lot of legal around it, but because he set it all up, everybody was lining up from Bill Gates to Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, give me a transfusion, hide some of my money from the tax man, and I'll add 5 years on your life, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or like when it comes time to die, it won't be of heart failure or done the other painful ways.
Right.
Yeah, it'll be something else. But this blood transfusion, because of the stem cells, it'll add years on your life.
That would make sense.
Well, our bodies, like we die because our parts lose their steam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just like any car, like you keep on driving it, and everything gets loose and doesn't work quite the same, and then you start breaking down, and that's it. You're dead. If you get blood, like this one guy, he's a billionaire. He's getting blood transfusions from his teenager.
Yeah, I think I remember you bringing that up one time.
Yeah, he's very scared of dying. So he's like trying to do everything he can to prolong his life as long as possible. And this one point, he's thinking, why not? I have a teenager. It's my kid.
Yeah.
I asked him if he wanted to. He said yes. Bought him an Xbox for it, you know?
Mutual consent.
Yeah, mutual consent. I just want some of your blood. I don't know if it's going to work or not. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt me. Yeah, it's a fair thought. It's an experiment.
Yeah.
You know, if the kid's okay with it, if he ever wants out, then we got to help that kid.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that shit.
Before we kind of like even pack up, I wanted to just kind of go over something here. Get me out of this.
Did you have any more clips or anything?
Speaking about this, the 3I Atlas comet. Have you seen anything about this?
No, I've heard if this is what they're talking about, like the aliens might be coming.
Okay, so that is prompting all of it.
Okay.
This is an interstellar object. The last one, Oumuamua. This is much bigger than Oumuamua. This is I don't know. Where does it say previously terrestrial impact station? I can't see the estimated size of it. They're saying it's kind of hard because right now, if you can see on the right, those 4 pictures, the bottom left one, that's what they see now is just like this glowing object with the comet steam coming off of it. And it's at the edge of our solar system. And it's racing at, I think I read 58 kilometers a second. That's how fast it's going. Just
so are they saying that's more than natural speed? Is that kind of part of it? Because I remember Oumuamua, they were like the way it's traveling, it shouldn't be able to accelerate the way it is. Basically, it seems like it's got some sort of propulsion behind it, right? Like it was gaining speed instead of just a steady.
Yeah, and the kind of angle it's coming at, it's kind of weird. Like, and that's what they're saying about this too. So a lot of people are saying the aliens, and what I have here called up with our good buddy Jeremy, I gotta say, before even going in it, I don't trust this guy.
I know. When I first heard him come out, first of all, he just sounds like he's like a 20-year-old kid. I don't know what it is about his voice, but he just sounds like he's just like a fresh out of high school kid or something.
Like, I want to give him a chance because he is producing content on the subject matter I love.
Yeah.
You know, he's trying, he's slugging it out. But I feel like I knew this guy in high school and I didn't like him. You know? Everything is with a threat.
Right.
Or like just like an edge of condescension. I think that's what I don't like. But anyways, this is what he said.
I like how someone put disinformation or disclosure.
See what I mean?
On camera.
That's a good point. Okay, so that's from 6 months ago. Okay, I think I can stop him right about there.
So that's why someone's like, is this disinformation or disclosure? Like,
Yeah.
they get him to soft fucking drop, like, you're going to hear something about this.
Well, the lie is supposed to be they're going to make believe that there's a threat. So it's kind of like mob racketeering. You know, they send the mob in to rough up the place, and then
Right.
they send different mob guys in to offer protection.
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to be. Regardless, it's an object in space that's making its way over here. So we do have a timeline on this. I'll be getting my telescope ready.
Does he say the date, like, that kind of coincides with this, or are they just kind of pointing out that he mentions the date?
The Corbell one, which was a popular one, that date was 2027. Sometime in then. I think I heard a more specific November, but that's just popping up in my memory for whatever reason. They're already saying this object, the Atlas object, is that.
Right.
Like,
Well, I mean,
there's like, it's aliens coming.
Yeah, I saw like yesterday or today or yesterday, and it was like a headline that was like, is there an alien fleet heading towards Earth? You know,
Like, I'm trying to think of if this happened before, would that be a part of the news and it didn't seem so touchy?
well, I mean, they've always kind of done these clickbaity things, like
Yeah,
even back in the day, right? Like, it would be a news story, like, tonight at 6. Are aliens, haunting a New Jersey neighborhood? We'll find out tonight at 7, right?
Yeah, and they'll make it believe like it's aliens, and then it's really just raccoons
Yeah.
or something like that.
Well, I went to check it out, and here's what we found.
Yeah, it's actually raccoons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and but this is still a large ass object coming to us.
When's it coming? Well, like, when's it supposed to be here? Did they say?
Before the end of October.
Oh, wow, that's soon, eh?
Yeah, it's coming that fast. So where it's gonna like pass through is in between our moon and Mars. That's how close it's getting to us.
Interesting.
We should be able to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be visible with the naked eye.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of excited for that, but I'm not excited because I don't understand gravity enough. You know what I mean? That's a big object. Hopefully the moon protects us if it decides like, nah, I'm just going to steer in towards Earth. And then the projected worst case scenario is that it is aliens,
right?
And they're going to stop at that point and then fly on in on their like individual ships,
and, scout ships,
yeah, and then fuck us up. Which, like any alien race that can make it over here, like the best technology we came up with for battle is being able to throw little pieces of metal really fast.
Yeah, it reminds me of that that one where they like drop fucking, what's it called? Rods of God, I think it's called. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, they're actual rods. There's nothing special about them.
Or they're basically, from what I've heard, they're like, basically like those steel, like those big fucking steel beams that they would build, like, Statue of Liberty or something out of, like a big fucking long steel beam, right? It's like 40 feet long, fucking however thick. They just like have it in a tube, and then all they have to do is just fucking open the tube and just drop it.
Yeah. I'm sure you can make some kind of military plane that can fly up that high and just like drop some I-beams.
Yeah.
So, and to circle back over to mention World War III happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're not there. We're there. We're not there. We're there. Cambodia.
What about it?
They're fighting.
They jumped in.
We it's been a little bit of a time, like contacting family and seeing how everybody's doing. We have one family member on the front line right now.
Wow.
So, but he does communications, so we're kind of thinking, oh well, he's going to be in the back, maybe. But they're this past week they've been going through some shit. So to keep this kind of quick, way back at the turn of the century, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam were all taken up by France.
Okay.
But Thailand, at the time known as Siam, was military run and run well. Like, just like as for like a military run country, like they did good.
Mm-hmm.
They existed. They went and then graduated to having, I think, king. They have a king, but they also have prime minister, and they modernized through the times.
Right.
And stayed themselves. They even had 2 more iterations of flags. The flag before the one today was like badass. It had a elephant on it. But anyways, when World War II happened and the France got just like smacked, right? Like they couldn't pay for shit. They had to like drop some of their colonies. So they were going to Cambodia. Like, I know we're funding some of this stuff, but bye. So the world stage stepped in to help France and like redraw borders and, okay, what's going on over here? Oh, these were your colonies that you took? Like, what happened? And during that time, much like what's going on in Gaza, a border was redrawn.
Okay.
Exact same story.
Yeah.
But it went around a temple. So Thailand is going, fuck you, that's our temple.
Uh-huh.
And Cambodia's going, it's not our fault. They just drew it that way. And that was all that time ago. So they've been fighting for that temple ever since, like little skirmishes here and there, just like little bits, until last week or 2 weeks ago, where fighting, we're up to like 16 dead.
Wow.
Many civilians.
Wow.
Yeah, they're throwing bombs at, like, huge bombs at each other. They've landmined, and what made it all pop off was there was a skirmish, and one Cambodian soldier was shot and killed in like the small like they do. And the prime minister at the time in Thailand, which was this woman, called up the for lack of a better term, dictator in Cambodia. And she was talking very sweet to him and like, oh, come on, uncle. It's not so bad. Like, I'm sorry this happened, but let's just move on. You know, doing like some like really stellar humanitarian. But that dictator, Hun Sen, he released the phone call. He recorded it and released it. So all the old timers from military days are going, fuck that. You know, all the guys on the front lines, like they had their sons and their sons at this point have all become soldiers because they still have that military family and they have that mindset. So they want to go and fight. They've been training their whole life. I've been training my whole life to take that temple back. That's the point of my whole life.
Right. I
want to fight. They kicked that prime minister out. You're too soft. How dare you act like that to Cambodia? That's the country we want to say, fuck those guys. They're our neighbors. Fuck them. And they have our temple on top of that. So she's gone. Hopefully still alive. And the fighting escalated. And then Trump, believe it or not, Trump came in and said, if you don't stop, I'm doing a tariff to you like I'm doing to Canada and everybody else. And the new yeah, they did that. The new leader, which was a general military stand-in that just went up to power. He went up to they shook hands and like, okay, we're gonna stop, but it's still kind of going on. The reports from the front lines that I'm getting through family and then, you know, told like actually just tonight that they're going, okay, we stop fighting. And then come on, I would shake hands, shake it on the soldiers on the front lines. And as soon as they walk up, the Thai guys would like pop them in the head. 2 soldiers died that way.
Wow.
by actually believing, oh, you want a truce? Okay, yeah, I do want to stop.
Yeah.
And then
Tricked
tricked you up,
Jesus.
bang, because they want to fight that bad. And
Anyone else want to get along?
Yeah, yeah. They just they're itching to fight,
Oh,
or it's the other side
Mhm.
because right now in the news, like what I'm watching is the English Canadian kind of point of view.
yeah.
It's like he says this, but he says this, and both sides say the other side is wrong.
Sure. But who are they setting up as the good guy?
Our media, neither.
Yet.
Yet it's still at
They haven't taken a
like,
side yet.
It's like a lot of them. Like I admit, I don't look at this place a lot. Like when you think about these countries, Thailand, you think about just vacation, right?
Mhm. And not anytime soon, apparently.
Well, yeah, but in terms of fighting, Thailand's just going to steamroll over them.
Yeah.
They're much better equipped, unless like Cambodia ends up as a plucky underdog.
Well, that's usually how something like this would go. Oh, well, we can't do it. Russia, America, someone steps in and they're like, hey, we'll give you all the helicopters and tanks and everything you're going to need for the war. You just got to give us all your potash or, fucking lithium or,
Yeah. Well, my two of my bought and paid for houses are 2 hours from the border from this temple.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So we are freaking out a little bit. Not like the houses, whatever. If we lose them, whatever. It's the family that's living inside of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like being that close to where the bombs are going off, fuck, man. Just the other week, I was talking to a teenager who was like crying to us on the phone.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a good kid. I sent him a lot because like when I went over there, he like stuck to me like glue,
Mm-hmm.
and I just like I took a shine to him. That's how these things happen.
Yeah.
And like his parents have to work, like there's no other choices.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So he's looking after kids, and he's all by himself in the house. It's dark. Like electricity there is. You barely have it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see he's just kind of like sitting in the dark amongst the crickets, and he's like freaked out.
Yeah.
Poor kid.
Yeah.
But
that sucks.
Sorry, little guy, you got to grow up real fast. you don't have too many choices, right? Well, that's not what we said to him.
Yeah.
We told him everything's going to be okay, and then we sectioned out some money to like sponsor extras, so
Sure.
he gets $50 a month.
Yeah. I'm sure
And-
that goes a long way.
Huge way. Well, we're gonna try and get him like a bicycle, something just to ride around, go to school.
Yeah.
He already knows how to build a house, and he's like 15 years old.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he worked construction already. The first gift he bought with his first paycheck was a gold necklace for his newborn sister.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's just like that. That's why I try to spoil them as much as possible. Like kids with that attitude.
Yeah, you want to
Fuck.
keep that spark, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like I want to give you as much money as possible because you're going to spend it wisely. Like I know it's a gold necklace for your sister, but like give. Like if I give to you, you give to somebody else.
Yeah, hopefully it's a real gold necklace because that's kind of a good investment.
Over there, yeah.
Yeah,
They like their goldsmiths are a popular item. I'm sure you can imagine like also in India, right? Like the gold that they have is kept pretty pure. Like when they deal in it, like they know old gold.
Sure.
Yeah, it's still honored pretty much all over the world. Yeah. But anyways, that's another fighting. So Cambodia and Thailand, India, Pakistan are still kind of at each other's throats.
Yeah.
Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Iran / Gaza, Palestine people.
Maybe soon Egypt. Who knows?
Yep. America against its own people. Well, they are rounding up lots of people and sending them to what they're calling Alligator Alcatraz.
Alligator. Yeah.
Yeah, Alligator Alcatraz. Somewhere was El Salvador or Colombia?
That I thought it was in Florida.
Is it in Florida?
I thought that's why they were calling it Alligator Alcatraz,
Oh,
because it's like it's just
oh, I thought it was at a base.
Oh.
No, if it's Florida,
maybe it is. I don't know.
yeah, maybe it is Florida. I don't know.
But so that's like going to be a detention center for illegals.
Yeah, they just kind of stay there now. They don't have anything to do with them. So like one toilet, and they have to stay in a caged room.
Yeah, it's kind of like the first administration when they were doing that, and then the news somehow kept getting in there to do stories. Look at all these caged people. Reminds you of the Nazi Holocaust. You know, they just try to invoke anything they can.
Well, yeah, and there's reports that the food that they're getting is maggot covered, and like the conditions are absolutely horrible. They're doing super bad in that area. I was seeing new reports and just getting like thankfully only like flash images of Gaza. So I'm sure you can imagine Gaza right now is a no film zone. You can't show what's going on in there.
Well, I mean, it's only Israelis and Palestinians, right? So Palestinians are you know, they're shot at regardless, so it doesn't really matter what they do.
Yeah.
Right. And then the Israelis, they are actually like filming themselves fucking shooting kids and doing stuff like that and then posting it to their TikToks.
Sure.
Thinking that people are supporting them because they're that delusional. They're like, oh, everyone backs us. Right. So it's okay. Right. And they're like got body cam footage and all kinds of stuff of them sniping children and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And then, they're like high-fiving each other and making TikTok videos about it and shit.
So we're seeing those kind of things.
Those are the only videos. I mean, there's no one else that can go over there to take fucking video.
Correct. Some people get like some video, and I unfortunately saw like a quick image of it, but like as we saw in the video before, like sometimes you got to show those things to have the impact of like, fuck, this shit's going on. Like, look at it. Yeah. We got to do something about it. The old ladies that are like holding children that look like mummies already.
Yeah. Like, I know. I saw a few like that too. Where it's like, oh, this is like the baby after it was born like a few months ago, and this is it here. It just died yesterday, basically.
Like, yeah. Or some that are like moving, and you seriously question, is that baby going to see tomorrow?
Yeah, and it won't. It's just they're showing you now. But like that's the thing. Like, and once you're at that level of starvation, even if you get food, it'll take fucking time to rebuild, right? Like you're probably not going to make it. You've got liver shut down, all that kind of shit starts to kick in at that point, right? So these people, like doctors have already said, all these people that you're seeing in images now, like they don't have much time left. Like it's pretty much past the point.
Yeah. And so
you're just seeing The Walking Dead now.
So what Baby is coming out and saying is that the humanitarian aid they have to control so Hamas doesn't steal it and then sell it back to its own people at a marked up value to earn money for weapons. So the videos I've seen is they've made some dirt mounds with some barbed wire. And they have the aid, and they say the aid is right here.
Yeah.
And you can see a crowd of people behind a fence that are just desperate while they're taking machine gun fire, pop, 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 all in front of the fence.
Right.
Like just kind of daring them, like step forward for food.
Yeah.
And we'll kill you. And these are people like, I just got to get something and my kid will live.
No, that's why everyone's been saying it's like the Hunger Games over there right now, because they're doing that, right? They're putting that like on pedestal or whatever. And then they're like shooting at the people, and they're trying to run in zigzag patterns and stuff to try and avoid the gunfire and get in there and get food, because otherwise they're going to just die.
So I will, on the next show, I'll bring up the citation to give the proof. There is an area of near Gaza where you can't go in, but they set up binoculars so you can watch it happen.
It's probably the Golem Heights.
Yes. And they've installed pop machines now, and you could see teen girls taking pictures in front of like the smoke coming out.
Right.
It's like, oh, great, doing more. Like,
yeah,
that's That's fucking disgusting.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I think we talked about that before, but like people keep talking about like how people are upset with Bibi in Israel. They're like, oh, people don't talk about how there's protests and people want Bibi taken out of office, right? But the thing they don't know is that like they want someone more extreme. They're like, this guy's not going fast enough taking these people out. He's not being strong enough in taking them out, right? Like we should be just nuking them already. And like there's all kinds of that kind of rhetoric. People are in the streets and you see like, videos on the Israeli side, like just them, recording each other because that's how delusional they are at this point. They've been told for so long, oh, it's all about Israel and fucking getting the homeland back to the Jews. And then they're going to be the chosen people and everyone on earth is going to praise the Jews. And it's all going to be about fucking, serving them basically, and that's how they think. Like, that's how they talk over there is like, oh, like that's why these people exist. They use these phrases like they said they call Palestinians Amalek, which is like an old biblical term, which is like, in the Bible where they say like, oh, the
slang.
No, it's like prophecy, I think. And it's like literally like Jesus cannot return until the Israelites defeat Amalek. So like Bibi's been on TV talking about that, and he's like, the Palestinians are Amalek and Hamas. Obviously they never say the Palestinians; they always say Hamas. It's all about Hamas, right? That's their code word for the Palestinians, because literally they've said everyone is a member of Hamas. Like any boy under or 15 and older is considered automatically a member of Hamas. So
it does feel awful being over on this side and then seeing the mass of people that are, like you said, the Walking Dead at this point, skin and bones, like banging on a fence, and while machine gun fire is going off in front of their feet, in the sand. Like,
it's like almost like this happened once before, right? Like it's kind of like echoing. Where else did we ever see people like behind fences starving to death?
Yeah, like this shit spawns the conspiracy theories. Like all the videos we watch is saying, okay, well, this one family got super powerful and then World War II happened and they wanted that promised land. So they got the Nazis to make them a plan of get rid of this type because we only want this type. And
well, we need to populate. They're like, we've got Israel, or we're going to get it, right? That's the Balfour Declaration that was written from the Earl of Balfour to Lord Rothschild, and says, dear Lord Rothschild, we will give you Israel if you can convince the United States to help us get Palestine.
Yeah.
Right. And so that was the agreement.
I was also like, maybe I was imagining the whole conspiracy theory or the angle of it, that maybe the people that were in the concentration camps weren't Jewish at all. They were just the Palestinians that they kicked out of the land that the Nazis helped. And then later you just spin the story as long as you say it out loud, and then people start believing and they're like, huh, yeah. Jewish people. And it was the Palestinian people.
Yeah. But I mean, now we're in this exact same situation where you can imagine how it would have been in World War II, where you're, how we were saying, like, you would go to the movie theaters and that's where you were seeing the news, right? Like they would have newsreels, and like that's pretty much how most people got their news, I think, was like going to the movie theaters and then watching well, here's the world news,
Yeah.
6 million Jews are in danger of starving to death. And then they show a bunch of pictures of them emaciated and whatever. And you're like, oh my God, you're looking at those images. And you're like, that's going on in Germany right now. Like, oh my God, we have to get rid of those fucking Nazis.
Yeah.
Right. And then that's where they spent 10 years fucking showing all these pictures and doing that. Meanwhile, people behind the scenes are arguing like, no, like, that's video of somewhere else, and they're basically just like lying about a lot of stuff.
It's like
misinterpreting
on paper, speaking it out, it's a smart plan of just like those bastards. They figured it out.
Yeah.
You know, like that ties everything up in a neat bow. I knew it. I knew it. But then we're just also like the true old Jewish people with the tattooed arms. Like they would all have to be in on it in a certain kind of way, or them brainwash themselves, and that just gets a little too sticky. Like I don't want to discount their struggle.
Yeah, that's a really,
you know what I mean?
That's a really, really tough one. Yeah, but it also brings up a really interesting thought.
It does.
Well, think about this though. I mean, you've gotten tattoos before, you know, plenty of tattoos, I'm sure. So you know the process and kind of even the hygiene and everything that would be needed. What is the process that that many Jews could have been tattooed on a mass scale?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Or although those Jewish people were the Ashkenazi Jews that just seemed to survive.
Right. But I just mean physically, how long would it take to line people up and then tattoo a number on them? On their arm, and then what are the logistics behind the needles that you would need for each arm or whatever, and the ink and all that kind of stuff?
15 minutes a person, I would figure.
15 minutes a person to do a 5 or a 6 digit number on their arm.
Yeah, I think so.
To go quick. Okay,
and not reusing needles because like they don't care, right? They reuse the. I mean, they reuse the needles because they don't care,
right? But how many? Like a needle doesn't last forever, right? It dulls and like also jams the machines and stuff like that, right? Like
so maybe every 10
with blood and stuff like that. Not to mention, once you got a guy with I don't know hepatitis or you know something like that, that's gonna contaminate every single person that goes through it, right?
Yep.
And you know, you basically every single person would eventually get you know these diseases and stuff, right? You would think, right? Once the contamination crossed over. So I mean, all these survivors that seem to get through it, right? I guess they were the lucky ones that just didn't pick anything up from the needles.
Yeah, maybe all the survivors were all the first 10, and they were just like the Germans were all happy that they have all these workers and they're all dying of gonorrhea because they're too dumb to know that they're spreading it through the needles.
Well, so when people have been interviewed about it, like, oh, geez, can you tell us about your tattoo? They would say, oh, you know, it was a different story from different people. It depends who you ask, right? But some people would say, oh, I was brought into this room. We had to put our hand under this machine, and then the machine would like come over and tattoo the number on our arm.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's some people's story. Then other people would say, oh, there was a guy who was there and we got in line and he would have to tattoo our arm. Right? And there was actually this book that this person wrote. It was called The Tattooist of Auschwitz. It was about a guy who apparently was a tattooer in the camps and wrote this book about, you know, his life tattooing all these people and then, you know, watching them, you know, be killed. And then he managed to survive, luckily. But it ended up the book was a fake. Like, you know, people traced it back and they're like, he didn't even go to any of these concentration camps, or he was briefly in one, transferred to another, and then, you know, was, you know, freed by the Allies or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So the small amount of, you know, evidence and stuff that they have towards how the tattoos and all that kind of stuff worked didn't pan out, right? Like, I mean, there's no, you know, tattoo machine or anything like that. Nothing like that's ever been found or, you know, displayed or talked about in any kind of museums, right? You'd think that'd be at the Holocaust Museum and be like, here's the fucking infamous fucking machine that tattooed everyone. I mean, we know IBM, I think, was involved in the coding. They're the ones who came up with the number system that was like cataloging for all that.
Yeah, yeah.
I know that's kind of been like a famous secret. But yeah, I mean, also then it comes down to like the numbers when people have been asked about it or like drawn back. You know, they would say like, oh, like that was their number in there. But like sometimes someone only has 4 digits. Sometimes someone has 5 or 6. Like, you know, like it's very inconsistent. Also, like the sequence of numbers seems like completely random at times, where it would be like you would think if they were doing a cataloging system, 0001, 0002, right?
Yeah.
Or however they were going to do it. But Yeah. So it's kind of a very messy history that needs clarification, but has been, conveniently glossed over.
So if I was like say a Jewish group and I'm trying to formulate the perfect plan of like tying all this up and making a square peg fit in a round hole, I would go to Hitler and say, okay, listen, you know what your problem is? Jews. I know I'm a Jewish person, but hear me out. I want to leave.
Right.
I want our people to leave.
Yeah.
Our promised land, Jerusalem, the Crusades, you want to recreate one of those? Let's do it.
Right.
So they take the Palestinian people, they put them in there, they get some useful idiots, say 100 of them, and say, okay, Hitler, here's what you're going to do. You're going to make them the first 10 of every pod like that go through, and you're just going to tattoo them and protect these guys. They're going to have a bad time, but make sure they make it out to the end. And kill all these other people, and we'll be out of your hair. We just need a boat ride, and we'll pay you lots of money.
Right.
Bye-bye. And Hitler's like, yeah, sure. I got to fund this war, so let's do it up. How else am I going to get money? They made a coin to commemorate. Here we go.
Yeah, that's kind of the conversation. Like, we remember them talking about it, right? But it was like, Hitler was having this dispute with one of the Jewish leagues or whoever who was calling for this worldwide boycott on Germany, and Germany was already boycotting the Jewish companies. So it was like, that's how they were fighting each other, was boycotts instead of actually physically fighting. And then behind the scenes was that group of Zionists who were working with Hitler, and they came up with the transfer agreement. They said, look, if you take all of these Jews that you want, out of your country, send them to Palestine, because that's going to be our holy nation, Israel or whatever. We need Jews there to populate it, right? Right now there's only like 5,000 Jews. We need like a land of them, right, to populate it. So that was the whole idea, and I think we got like that nugget of truth from your grandma.
Yeah,
right. I was looking up more on that just the other day, and sure enough, like America, Canada, Britain, and I think Australia all denied boatload, not only one, but like 2 or 3 different separate boatloads. Like there was
that's what she said. Yeah.
It was like a famous boat. It was called like the Santa Maria or something like that,
Yeah.
And it was sent over, and it had like 1,000 fucking people who were looking to escape. They actually had permission to leave, right? The Nazis were like, we don't want you, get on your boat and get out of here, when they could have just shot them, right?
Yeah.
That's another thing about the gassing that I always thought was weird. I'm like, why don't they just shoot them? It's probably a lot cheaper and faster, at very least faster than trying to trick all these people into a room and then kill, and then having to put them in a fucking incinerators and burn them and stuff, right? When you just like mass grave, line them up, next line, and then bury the hole and then dig another hole,
Sure. And they did do that for some things, but they were experimenting. They were refining a lethal gas, because holdover from World War I was chlorine gas, right? And that was a big problem that they had to deal with.
Right. Yeah.
So
Hitler got gassed. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So it's imprinted on him and all of his buddies, and like, fuck, gas. We're gonna find a way to defend against it. We're gonna make our own even better.
Yeah, but they didn't. It was a famous scientist who came up with the gas, and it was a pesticide. It was used all across Europe.
He wasn't even German,
no,
or Nazi affiliated.
No, it was the premier pest agent in all of Europe. That's what they used in England. That's what they used in fucking Russia. Everything, like when you needed to kill fucking lice and all that stuff, you used this gas. It was called Zyklon B. Zyklon,
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
There was Zyklon A, which I forget. That was like some other kind of fucking gas that this guy invented, and then he invented the Zyklon B based off of this formula for A. And then so that was what everyone used. Like, oh my god, this thing's amazing! It kills fucking all the pests immediately. And then at the Nuremberg trials, that's where they came up with this, because the whole fucking Holocaust thing is so sloppy all the way along, right? Like at the beginning, they're telling you that there's people who are going around in gas vans who are taking Jews, putting them in the vans, and then they have the exhaust looped into the van, and that's, kills, 5 or 6 of them or whatever in the van. That was the stories that were going around. Then they had these different chambers. They were like, oh, they're taking Jews and they're putting them in these electrocution chambers. And then, like they had all these different crazy stories. There was even one story that was like a news story that was like, there's reports that they've nuked. They've nuked a town. They put a bunch of Jews in a town and they dropped a nuclear bomb secretly and fucking just got rid of them like that.
Yeah.
That was like an actual report from a guy who's like, I've got intelligence reports. It's the original Steele dossier, I've got all these reports. I've got the proof.
Yeah.
They nuked a bunch of Jews and it's a secret.
Well, it is a good, well, not a good, but an interesting thought that the people who formulated the plan of having those useful idiots, if you put them in an area where they're going to see some shit, even if you treat them okay and then ask them later, it's going to be the worst thing ever. I myself, if you ask me about COVID, I'm going to stretch it a bit, right? Like, it was rough, man. It was rough. I have that inclination to want to do that.
Yeah.
So if you just put them in that area, like, what was it like? I'm a survivor.
Yeah.
Like, but you wouldn't dare tell people, well, I don't know why. I got 3 meals a day. I was treated badly, but like I made, they got treated much worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting, because what's his face? Spielberg had made this Shoah Foundation after Schindler's List was so popular. And this foundation, their whole thing was, they just set up a camera and then they interview survivors and be like, tell me your story. And so it'd just so it was recorded and on tape, right? So you just click on, a person's picture and it'd just be thousands and thousands of these pictures. You click on it and they would just sit down and be them in their kitchen fucking telling you their story, right? And you wouldn't be surprised of how many of these friggin' stories they're like interviewing these people and they're like, can you tell us? And they're like, oh, so when I came, they had this like beautiful grand piano in the hall that they used to play. And like every Wednesday and Friday, we would put on a play. Like they would bring us supplies and we would make all kinds of puppet shows for the children and stuff like that. And then like we had different artists who were allowed to like, make up the backgrounds and whatever. And he's like, and we would put it on. Sometimes the Commodore would come in and watch the show and stuff like that. Yeah. No, like, there was a swimming pool there that they at Auschwitz. They had a fucking swimming pool.
But that could have been for the officers and like, and
well, some of these people say that they used it like it was open for them.
Yeah.
And then I think eventually it got moved to, it was only for privileged inmates, so it kind of got switched at some point, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not the fucking the story you see where like, they get off the train, they're like, get out of there, you filthy Jews, and then they march them in and like they're watching them just like fucking shuffle off the train, and every once in a while a gunshot rings out because someone's moving too slow.
Yeah.
And they just shoot him in the head and everyone, oh my God, and they're like, get out of here, come on, get in your lineup, you dirty
Yeah.
That's not how it went down, right? And these people will tell you that
allegedly.
Well, yeah, I mean,
we don't know either way. Like, and we'll never know either way. There might be some kind of tape. Somebody might say something, but only the people there like really know
for certain. There was abuses, and I know like Auschwitz especially had like the guy who was running it was like very bad guy, and I think at one point, it might have been near the end of the war, but he got fired, like not fired, but like he lost his fucking rank and all that because he was found to have been abusing prisoners. And I think even in a few situations, he was like found like killing large amounts of people, like 200 or 300 people, lining them up and just gunning them down for whatever reasons. And so, but he got reprimanded from the Nazis for fucking attacking inmates and stuff like that. Like I think they might have even jailed him, actually. Like the Nazis jailed him at the end of the war, just before the end there.
Yeah.
Because I think he ended up going to the Nuremberg trials, and then he had to I think they hung him for, being the Commodore or whatever there.
Yeah.
Commissar.
There's an interesting cast of characters, like that evil person. There was like a dominatrix chick that would be all in leather. Like that was a real thing that happened in those camps.
A what? A dominatrix? Maybe?
Yeah, like German to the max. And in like half SS uniform, like the leather, probably like missing parts and sexual areas, and walked around with a whip,
right?
And got her rocks off to hurting people. That was a report that came out, and like, yeah, it's good to speculate. And again, I don't want to take away from, like, if we're saying, well, maybe, and then somebody had a horrible time and they hear me say that, and I'm just like, wow, that whole thing, this guy's just throwing it out the window just on a speculation. But we're seeing how Israel's acting now.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It's like showing their colors, right?
Yeah, like when the conspiracy theories start to make sense because of the behavior today, that's what we go on. And I don't want to believe that, because I want, hey, there's a Jewish person and there's this person and we all live in the same neighborhood, and because that's the Canadian dream.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like now you can almost see it in live time, how people could have been duped in World War II. Like people always jump 100% into the Nazis and Hitler. Like, oh, well, fucking, he's not an evil guy like Hitler, or fucking at least how the Jews treated people and this and that. Or, like, oh, fuck, the world could have been like this if the Nazis ran it and whatever. It would have been a whole white supremacist fucking thing or whatever, right? But anytime you are, trying to look into their actual rhetoric, what they were saying about, like, supposed like white nation and white nationalist stuff. I don't even know where these white nationalist people get their stuff, where they're like, oh, white people, this and that. Like, I've never seen any quote that's like, quote, Hitler, white people are the supreme race or whatever, right? Like, he used Aryans.
Yes.
But then when you look back at like what he says an Aryan is, he says it's like a specific people from like the Caucasus Mountains, basically, or something like
probably
that. Like,
Zionists.
Yeah, well, I don't think so, because the Zionists are the people who think that the Jews are the holy people that need to live in Israel, right?
Well, the Nazis were super Christians in their own way. And,
well, exactly. And Christianity's been the number one persecuted group in the world since Jesus, I guess, or the time of Jesus, anyways.
So we're drawing a parallel that this isn't Christians, or it's not Jewish people, it's Zionists. It's people from both of those two groups, that are extremists, that got together.
Yeah, always extremists.
But they
it's
won.
Interesting, the amount when you hear people talk about Zionism and all that, to go back and listen to Hitler or even Churchill or whatever talk about it, and they actually mentioned Zionism.
Yes.
And like, Hitler seemed to really talk about Zionism. Like, when people are like, oh, he hated the Jews, you look back at any quotes and he never really mentions Jewish peoples. He says Zionists, or bankers, or international money lenders or something. Like, he uses different terms but he's referring Jewish, might happen to be Jewish people. But even when he says Zionists, we assume that's Jewish people, right? But like we know that you can be a Christian Zionist, right? So yeah, and that was how many times he was like, these people, these Zionists, and this and that, going on about these people, right? He's like, these are the people who are against us and trying to keep us down, are these Zionists, right? And people are like, oh, listen, he's talking about how he hates the Jews and how the Jews are holding them down, right? But
and it's like, no, it's not them. It's extremist people that have their own little club. And that was the worry against the Freemasons. They have their own little club. And then within their own little club, a lot of money's going down and a lot of decisions are getting made.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then we worry about that with the Zionists. Why are we worried? Because of fucking Gaza.
Yeah. Now
that's why we're worried. Because there's going to be a lot of death and it's going to be horrific. And they're going through a horrific death and the rest of the world's just standing on the sideline going, where's Batman? Fuck. Batman needs to come in, or Superman, something.
Mm-hmm.
They need something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess the point is supposed to be, it's supposed to be me doing something rather than nothing.
Well, what are you going to do? Go join a protest or something?
Start a podcast, I guess.
Yeah. We know protesting is literally there to make you feel like you're doing something, right? Like, oh, if enough of us gather outside, the politicians will say, oh, geez, these people don't like that. We better stop it or we won't get reelected. Yeah, right? When they don't give a fuck about being reelected. They're only making $100,000 a year or whatever. The reason that they're fucking in there is so they can get all their like insider tidbits and whatever, make connections. It's about networking. Even after you're not fucking the prime minister anymore, you don't think Justin Trudeau is like talking to, old people who are, PMs and whatever?
We have proof he's still in the limelight.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard about him and Katy Perry.
Gross.
I was like, what is he teaching her to read? Why is he with Katy Perry? I thought he was still married. I was like, oh, is this like a scandal? Like, no, he's divorced. Oh, shit. And he got divorced, I guess, like right after COVID, basically.
In the middle.
Yeah.
In the middle, Justin Trudeau. But what about Katy Perry?
Yeah, I don't know.
Married with a kid with Orlando Bloom?
Now? I thought
I think the breakup was like weeks old, and she decided to get with Justin Trudeau as a way to forget it. Yeah. They got like a 3-year-old daughter.
With Justin Trudeau?
No, with Orlando Bloom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then just we're done with this. Like, dude, you guys got a kid.
Yeah,
that's well.
Couldn't have thought of this fucking before.
They also have money, so like that kid could be raised by nannies and still do okay.
Oh yeah, that kid's gonna be all right.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you're like, it's the lesser of two evils. You might have absent parents, but like allegedly perceived. If I was in their shoes, I can see myself being absent.
We're gonna have to do a big World War II fucking breakdown sometime here and go over all these clips. But before we go, I wanted to show you one more thing. I posted it on our X. It's a small clip from some guys. I forget the name of their podcast, but I think it's like fairly popular.
I gotta figure out how to.
I think it's the top right there.
I was looking at our X and I saw that Barron Trump put a pretty cryptic message on there.
On ours?
Just Twitter in general.
Oh, Twitter in general. I was like, hey, fuck. We have no one fucking adding us, and then all of a sudden Barron Trump.
The title was "Who Knew You'd See This in Our Lifetime," and it was a picture of a Mickey Mouse watch in front of the Golden Gate Bridge. It was just so like, what?
That's interesting.
Is it the time Mickey's pointing to 10 and 2?
Yeah.
Like, does it have to do
another Disney connection?
Okay.
All right, go to our posts. Not random shit.
So
home button, I think maybe. click on our symbol for us.
Down at
Our picture, yeah. There you go. No, okay. How fucking hate how this shit works. I don't know how any of this always goes through. Okay, there you go. Those are all our posts. You aren't verified. Oh, yeah, I guess you got to pay now. Okay, let's see. No, not that one. Yeah, that one. So this will be interesting.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So the code that made ChatGPT is part of the ancient serpents.
I don't know. Maybe he's saying it's part of the DNA code.
It's hard to wrap my head around.
Imagine if you like took, like you sequence DNA of a person and it comes into a computer coded sequence. Then you transfer that computer code into computer language, right? I wonder if you could like take someone's DNA and like code a version of them digitally, right? Because I mean, you've got literally the exact sequence, right? It comes down to like, drop their blood or whatever it's got. And then it's got a million numbers all in a certain sequence that only you would have, right?
Yeah.
Because like a unique number, I think you could have every person in the world have a unique number combination. You only need like 6 numbers or something like that, right? And like every person in the world could have a different number, but like there's that many combinations you can make out of so many numbers, you know what I mean? And it gets exponentially every time you add a number. It's like, okay, there's, like 5,000 combinations, 50,000 combinations, 2 million combinations, it just gets exponentially larger, right? So if you've got, 1,000 code, 1001, however it is, that's the only chance that you would have that sequence, right? It's a 1 in a quadrillion chance, right?
Yeah.
So it's unique to you, basically. So you digitally code a person, and then now you've got basically like maybe the simulation or whatever, and like that's their DNA code, but now it's been digitized. It's the exact same thing. Could be.
I'm gonna have that conversation with GPT later.
Yeah.
See what it says.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Anyways, this was, I think, one of our longest running ones. We are super late.
Yeah, shit. That snuck by me. It was like, it was only fucking 11:15 a little while ago.
No. Yeah. We both got to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay. Well, it's been real. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in.
You bet.
And
catch you next time on the Conspiracy Wars.
Bye, everybody.